Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Palace of Thorns rose from the misty valley like a crown of obsidian daggers thrust into the heavens. Its twisted spires clawed at the perpetual twilight sky, while walls of polished black stone reflected the crimson light of two setting suns. To approach it was to feel one's soul shrink away instinctively, as if recognizing a predator too ancient and terrible to comprehend. Yet Thaddeus Nightshade walked the winding path to its gates with the calm of a man returning home, though he had never before set foot in this accursed place. His well-worn leather boots left imprints in the silver dust of the path, each step releasing the scent of crushed herbs that clung to his clothing wormwood, nightshade, foxglove, and 100 rarer specimens, the tools of his trade. The summons had arrived 3 days prior, delivered by a raven with eyes like polished garnets. The seal had been unmistakable, 9 thorns arranged in a circle, the royal insignia of the eternal throne. Rumors of the eternal king's illness had spread through the 9 kingdoms like wildfire, but Thaddeus had paid them little mind after all. A sovereign who had ruled for 3 centuries was unlikely to be troubled by mortal afflictions. Yet here he stood, the realm's most renowned master of poisons, called to serve as royal gardener to a court infamous for its deadly intrigues. The iron gates parted silently at his approach, revealing a courtyard where 9 massive trees stood in a perfect circle. Each tree was unique, one bore fruit of gleaming gold, another dripped tears of silver sap, a third twisted in painful contortions, as if caught in an eternal scream. At the base of each grew flowers of impossible hues, their fragrances mingling in the still air. Master Nightshade, a voice like silk sliding over steel, pulled his attention to a figure emerging from behind the weeping silver tree. The woman who approached moved with liquid grace, her gown the color of fresh blood, her hair so black it seemed to absorb the very light around her. "I am Lady Morwen, first thorn of the palace. We have awaited your arrival with anticipation." Thaddeus offered a bow just deep enough for courtesy, no more. "I come at His Eternal Majesty's command, though I confess I am puzzled by the nature of the summons. I am a toxicologist, not a common gardener." A smile curved Lady Morwen's perfect lips, revealing teeth just slightly too sharp to be entirely human. "In the Palace of Thorns, Master Nightshade, the distinction is meaningless. Here, we cultivate both beauty and death in equal measure." She gestured to the circle of trees. "The 9 noble houses each tend their own garden within these walls. From them, we derive both ornamental splendor and political instruments," understanding dawned in Thaddeus's amber eyes. "Poisons. Each house maintains its own deadly garden. Precisely, Lady Morwen's approval was a tangible thing, like the caress of a blade. And now with the eternal kings indisposition, the 9 houses require an impartial overseer for their gardens. Someone who can ensure no house gains unfair advantage through botanical means, and my reputation for detachment from court politics makes me suitable," Thaddeus concluded. It wasn't a question. "That, and your unparalleled knowledge of toxic substances," Lady Morwen began walking toward the palace proper, clearly expecting him to follow. "Come." The Council of Thorns awaits to formalize your appointment. As they passed between the 9 trees, Thaddeus felt a curious sensation, as if invisible roots were reaching out to examine him, tendrils of ancient awareness probing his intentions. One tree in particular, bearing black roses with centers that pulsed like beating hearts, seemed to lean toward him slightly. The sight stirred a memory, a page from his grandmother's forbidden grimoire glimpsed in childhood before the royal executioners had burned it along with its owner. The bloodrose tree feeds not on sunlight, but on the essence of sacrifice. The thought was disturbing, but he had no time to dwell on it as Lady Morwen led him through a series of increasingly opulent corridors. Servants with eyes downcast scurried out of their path, and Thaddeus noted that each wore a small emblem designating their house allegiance: a silver wolf, a golden crown, an obsidian raven, and other symbols he did not yet recognize. The council chamber was a perfect circle, its domed ceiling painted with constellations that subtly shifted position, as if tracking the actual movements of stars. 9 thrones of varying designs formed an inner circle, each occupied by a representative of the noble houses. Behind each throne stood an attendant holding a potted plant, a visible reminder of each house's botanical power. "The Poison Master arrives," Lady Morwen announced, taking her place at a throne fashioned from intertwined silver branches. Her attendant held a pot containing the same weeping silver tree from the courtyard, albeit in miniature form. Just in time, growled a massive man whose throne appeared to be carved from a single enormous fang. The Eternal King's condition worsens by the hour. "If we do not act soon, centuries of stability will unravel. Lord Dragon speaks truth," said an elderly woman whose wispy white hair was crowned with a circle of golden leaves. For the first time in memory, the possibility of succession looms before us. The gardens must be prepared. Thaddeus stood silently in the center of the circle, absorbing the undercurrents of tension, alliances, and rivalries flowing between the nobles. Each house clearly had its candidate for the throne, should the unthinkable happen and the Eternal King actually perish. Master Nightshade, Lady Morwen's voice cut through his observations. "You are appointed royal gardener with full authority over all 9 sacred gardens. You will ensure equal access to each house, prevent sabotage or theft, and most importantly," her eyes glittered with warning, "maintain absolute neutrality in the transition that may come. And if I should decline this honor?" Thaddeus asked quietly, 9 sets of eyes fixed upon him with predatory intensity. "The position is not optional, Master Nightshade," said a slender man with skin so pale it was nearly translucent, seated upon a throne of crystallized ice that somehow did not melt. "Your grandmother's legacy ensures your cooperation." The mention of his grandmother sent a chill through Thaddeus's veins. Few knew of his connection to Amara Nightshade, the infamous Crimson Witch who had nearly destroyed the 9 kingdoms a century ago. "I accept the position," he said smoothly, betraying none of his inner turmoil. "I shall require a complete inventory of each garden and private audiences with each house representative to understand your specific." Cultivar's Lady Morwen nodded. "It shall be arranged. For now, you'll be shown to your quarters. Tomorrow, your work begins." The royal chambers were situated at the heart of the Palace of Thorns, accessible only through a labyrinth of corridors that changed configuration with each passing hour. Thaddeus had spent a week mapping these changes before discovering the pattern. The palace itself was a massive sundial, its corridors rotating with the passage of the twin suns across the sky. Now, under cover of deepest night, when both suns had set and only the pale blue light of 3 moons illuminated the gardens, Thaddeus made his way through the shifting maze with confidence. 7 days of cataloging the noble gardens had revealed patterns more disturbing than mere political intrigue. Each garden connected to the others through underground root systems that converged beneath the king's chambers. Each house cultivated not just poisons, but specific botanical components that, when combined with those of other houses, formed a complex alchemical system. A system whose purpose remained elusive, but whose design was hauntingly familiar. The royal antechamber was guarded by twin sentinels carved from living wood, their faces frozen in expressions of perpetual agony. They made no move to stop him. As he approached, the badge of the royal gardener granted him passage where even noble lords might be challenged. Beyond lay the king's bedchamber, its air thick with the cloying scent of decay barely masked by burning incense. The eternal king lay upon a massive bed of twisted blackwood, his form so withered and skeletal that he seemed more corpse than living ruler. Yet his eyes, when they opened at Thaddeus's approach, burned with inner fire and ancient intelligence. "You have discovered it then," the king whispered, his voice like autumn leaves crumbling to dust. "Sooner than expected. You're indeed Amara's grandson." Thaddeus stood at the foot of the royal bed, his face carefully neutral despite the shock of hearing his grandmother's name from the lips of the sovereign who had ordered her execution. The root system, he confirmed. 9 gardens, 9 houses, 9 components of a grand alchemical engine. With your majesty at its center, a chuckle like breaking glass escaped the ancient king. Not at its center, Master Nightshade. As its culmination, with effort, he pushed back the silken covers to reveal his chest, or what should have been his chest. Where flesh should have been, a hollow cavity opened, filled with writhing roots that pulsed with unnatural life. The roots extended outward, disappearing into the floor, walls, and bed itself. The king was not merely connected to the palace, he was becoming the palace. 3 centuries ago, I discovered the secret of eternal life, the king murmured. Not through dark magic or demonic pacts, but through transformation. Becoming one with my kingdom, literally and figuratively, his eyes gleamed with feverish light. But the process requires renewal, the sacrifice of noble blood to fuel the metamorphosis every generation. Thaddeus realized the pieces falling into place. One heir from each house, their essence absorbed to extend your reign. That's why the noble families compete so fiercely with their poisons, not to kill each other, but to avoid being the sacrifice. Indeed, the weakest house provides the tribute, the king's lipless mouth stretched in a terrible smile. But this time, something has gone wrong. The system fails. The transformation progresses too rapidly, consuming me before the next sacrifice is prepared. Thaddeus's mind raced through the implications. The grimoire, the patterns in the gardens, his grandmother's desperate attempts to destroy what she had discovered, it all aligned with terrible clarity. "You need me to correct the formula," he said flatly. "To restore the balance, who better than the descendant of the woman who nearly unraveled it?" The king's withered hand gestured to a volume on the bedside table, a grimoire bound in crimson leather that Thaddeus recognized instantly as his grandmother's lost work. She understood the system better than its creators. "And you have inherited her gift." Thaddeus moved to the book, his fingers hovering over its cover, feeling the power that pulsed within. With this knowledge, he could indeed restore the balance or disrupt it forever, end the cycle of sacrifice that had claimed generations of noble children. But the consequences of the king's death, after centuries of rule, were incalculable. Outside, the first rays of the twin suns began to pierce the perpetual twilight. In the gardens below, 9 noble heirs prepared their deadliest concoctions, each hoping to ensure their family would not provide the next sacrifice. And beneath them all, the roots continued to spread, connecting palace, gardens, and king in a web of life and death that had sustained the realm for 300 years. Thaddeus Nightshade, master of poisons and heir to forbidden knowledge, placed his hand upon his grandmother's grimoire and made his choice. Story 2. The mist clung to Ravenmoor like a shroud, veiling the crumbling watchtowers and ancient stone walls in ghostly white. Perched on the very edge of the known world, the frontier city stood as humanity's final bastion against the wild and untamed lands beyond the Azure Mountains. The city had weathered 1,000 storms, repelled countless barbarian hordes, and survived the wrath of creatures whose names were spoken only in whispers. But none of those threats compared to the silent enemy that now crept through its streets. In the southeastern quarter, where the cobblestones gave way to packed earth, and the grand stone houses of merchants became the humble wooden dwellings of laborers and craftsmen, a small shop stood apart from its neighbors. Dried herbs hung from the rafters, bundles of strange roots dangled from hooks, and shelves lined with glass bottles of every size and hue crowded the walls. The scent of rosemary, sage, and stranger things permeated the air, and a small fire crackled beneath a copper cauldron where a thick green liquid bubbled steadily. Raven Thorn, the apothecary of Ravenmoor, bent over the still form of a young boy laid out on her examination table. His skin had an unnatural bluish tint, and where his right hand had been, a perfect crystalline structure now extended, catching the morning light that streamed through the small windows and fracturing it into 1,000 tiny rainbows. "How long?" asked the boy's mother, her voice barely audible. Raven straightened, pushing a strand of copper hair away from her face. Her green eyes, flecked with gold, studied the crystal formation with mingled fascination and dread. 3 days since the first signs, the woman continued when Raven didn't immediately respond. A tiny crystal on his fingertip. We thought it was just a splinter, but then her voice broke. "It's spreading faster than the others," Raven murmured, more to herself than to the desperate mother. She reached for a small silver knife and delicately scraped a few crystal fragments into a vial. "I'll need to study this. Bring him back tomorrow at dawn, but the Inquisitor will not be informed," Raven finished firmly. "Not by me. Now go, and speak of this to no one." After the woman had departed with her semi-conscious son, Raven locked the shop door and retreated to her workroom at the back. This was the 7th case of the crystal plague in a fortnight, each victim succumbing more rapidly than the last. Soon, the entire population of Ravenmoor would be transformed into crystalline statues, silently screaming their final agonies into the void. She placed the vial of crystal shards beside 6 others, each a slightly different hue. The earliest samples were a pale blue, almost translucent. The most recent from the boy had deepened to a sapphire so dark it was almost black. Whatever was causing the transformation, it was evolving, adapting. A sharp rap at the front door interrupted her contemplation. Raven froze, listening intently. The distinctive rhythm 3 sharp knocks followed by 2 softer ones identified her visitor better than any herald. She hurried through the shop, unlatched the heavy wooden door, and pulled a cloaked figure inside before quickly securing the lock once more. "Captain Vex," she breathed. "I told you it's too dangerous to come here in daylight." The figure lowered his hood, revealing a face that stopped conversations when he entered taverns. Vex was not precisely handsome. His features were too sharp, too predatory for conventional beauty, but he possessed a feral magnetism that drew the eye. His hair, black as a raven's wing, was pulled back in a tight queue, emphasizing the sharp angles of his face. But it was his eyes that truly set him apart, vertical pupils surrounded by irises of burnished gold, like those of a cat or a dragon. "Danger is relative, Raven," he replied, glancing at the collection of herbs hanging from her ceiling. Especially when half the city is turning to crystal. How many new cases? 4 in the upper quarter. The Inquisitor can no longer deny we face a plague. Vex moved further into the shop, his movements fluid and predatory. He's called for a public assembly at midday. Word is he plans to name the source of the contagion. A chill ran down Alowan's spine. He's going to blame witchcraft, indeed. And guess which healer with copper hair and unusual eyes will be his prime suspect. Vex's tone was light, but his gaze was deadly serious. You need to leave Ravenmoor. Tonight, Alowan shook her head. I can't. I'm close to understanding what's happening. The crystal formations, they're not random. They're speaking. Vex arched an eyebrow. Stone doesn't speak. Alowan, this does, she insisted. Listen. She retrieved a small crystal fragment from her workbench and held it to his ear. What do you hear? Vex's expression shifted from skepticism to shock as he listened. Whispers. Words in a language I almost recognize. Draconic, Alowan confirmed. Ancient Draconic, specifically. I've been translating fragments. They speak of awakening, of returning of. Remembering. Vex's golden eyes widened almost imperceptibly, the closest thing to fear she had ever seen on his face. That's impossible. The dragons have been gone for centuries. The purge failed. She finished. At least partially. I believe the crystal plague isn't a disease at all. It's a transformation. A reawakening of dormant dragon essence. Before Vex could respond, a commotion erupted outside. The heavy tread of armored boots approached, followed by the sound of fists hammering on doors. The Inquisition, Vex hissed. They're conducting house searches. Alowan moved quickly, gathering essential supplies into a leather satchel, vials of crystals, her journal of observations, pouches of rare herbs, and a small lockbox containing her most precious possession, a tear-shaped pendant of swirling blue crystal, passed down through generations of her family. There's a hidden passage in my cellar, she whispered. It connects to the old smuggler's tunnels beneath the city. We can reach the eastern gate without being seen. Vex nodded grimly. Then what? Where will you go? Alowan's gaze turned toward the window, beyond which the jagged peaks of the Azure Mountains loomed. East, into the wild lands. Whatever is happening began there. The answers lie beyond the mountains. That's madness, Vex growled. No one returns from the wild lands. No one human, Alowan corrected, fixing him with a penetrating stare. But you're not entirely human, are you, Vex? I've known since the first time you came to me with that wound that should have killed any mortal man. Vex's expression hardened. We all have our secrets, Apothecary. And now it's time to face them, she replied, lifting a trapdoor hidden beneath a worn rug. The tunnels are this way. Coming. For a moment, he hesitated. Then the pounding on doors grew closer, and with a muttered curse, he followed her into the darkness below. The eastern wilderness beyond Ravenmoor defied conventional description. Where travelers expected dense forests or barren wasteland, they instead found a landscape that seemed to shift and breathe, as if the very earth were alive. Crystal formations erupted from the ground like frozen fountains, their surfaces reflecting impossible colors that had no names in human language. The trees, where they grew, twisted into shapes that suggested deliberate design rather than natural development, their leaves translucent and chiming softly when the wind passed through them. Alowan and Vex had traveled for 3 days, following a path that existed more in intuition than physical reality. The crystal pendant around Alowan's neck had begun to glow faintly after they crossed the border, the light pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. "We're being followed," Vex announced on the morning of the fourth day, his enhanced senses detecting what Alawan could not. At least 6 men. Heavy armor. Inquisition. Malekith wouldn't venture into the wild lands himself, Alawan mused, referring to the feared Inquisitor of Ravenmoor. He must have sent his most fanatical hunters, or perhaps he had no choice, Vex suggested. "Look," he pointed to a distant ridge where a lone figure stood outlined against the dawn sky. Even at this distance, the distinctive silhouette was unmistakable: the wide-brimmed hat, the long coat, the staff topped with the silver emblem of the Inquisition. Why would he come himself? Alawan wondered aloud. Perhaps for the same reason the crystal plague appeared now. After centuries of peace, Vex replied, "Something is awakening, Alawan. Something that frightens even the Inquisitor." They pressed on, deeper into the shifting landscape. By midday, they reached a vast clearing where the grass gave way to a perfect circle of smooth crystal ground, at the center of which stood a pool of water, so still it might have been glass. The air hummed with power, raising the fine hairs on Alawan's arms. "What is this place?" she breathed, approaching the pool cautiously. "The heart of memory," Vex answered, his voice strangely altered, more resonant and deep. When Alawan turned to look at him, she gasped. Fine scales had begun to appear along his jawline, and his pupils had elongated further, consuming almost all of the golden iris. "You know this place," she realized. "You've been here before, not I," he replied, "but my ancestors. Their memory lives in my blood, dormant until now." He approached the pool, knelt beside it, and touched the surface with one finger. Ripples spread outward, but instead of dissipating, they grew stronger, transforming into images that played across the water's surface. Alawan watched in amazement as the history of Ravenmoor unfolded before her, not as she had learned it, but as it truly was. The city had not been built as a fortress against the wild lands. It had been a sanctuary where dragons and humans once coexisted in harmony. The great beasts had taken human form, living among the smaller race as guides and protectors. But then came the Purge, when fear turned to hatred, and dragon kin were hunted to near extinction. The survivors hid among humans, Vex narrated as the images shifted. They took human mates, diluting their blood over generations until only traces remained. But they left to safeguard the crystal spring, whose waters would gradually awaken dormant dragon essence when the time was right. The city's water supply, Alawan whispered in realization. "Someone has been deliberately." Yes, the voice came not from Vex, but from behind them. Inquisitor Malekith stood at the edge of the crystal circle, his staff planted firmly before him. But something was wrong with his appearance beneath the wide brim of his hat. His skin glittered with tiny crystal formations that caught the light. "I have. You?" Alawan's shock was absolute. "But you've spent your life hunting those with magical abilities, condemning supposed witches and necessary deception." Malekith interrupted, removing his hat to reveal a face half transformed to crystal. "The humans who seized power after the Purge would never have allowed a dragon blood to rise through their ranks. I did what was necessary to position myself for this moment. You're awakening our kind," Vex realized, rising to his feet. The transformation had accelerated. Small horns now protruded from his temples, and his hands had begun to elongate into claws. "The time has come," Malekith confirmed. "The stars align as prophesied. The dragon-blooded must reclaim their heritage before it's too late." "Too late for what?" Alawan demanded. "The Shadow Emperor stirs beyond the Eastern Sea," Malekith explained, his tone grave. "His assassins already infiltrate the human kingdoms." Only dragonkind possesses the power to stand against his legions, as if to punctuate his words. A distant roar shattered the stillness, a sound no living person had heard in centuries, yet one that every human instinctively feared. Somewhere beyond the crystal forest, wings unfurled for the first time in generations. Elawan looked from Malekith to Vex, understanding dawning in her eyes. The crystal plague was not a disease but a cure, awakening the dormant dragon essence in those with the proper bloodlines. And now she faced a choice help complete the transformation and save Ravenmore from the coming darkness, or try to stop it and preserve the human world she had always known. Her fingers closed around the crystal pendant at her throat, which now pulsed with blinding light. In its facets, she caught a glimpse of scales the color of burnished copper, and azure eyes with vertical pupils surrounded by irises of emerald green. "What am I?" she whispered. Vex, now more dragon than man, extended a clawed hand toward her. The last pure bloodline, the key to our salvation, or our extinction beyond the mountains. The roars multiplied as more dragons awakened. And Aloft Thorn, Apothecary of Ravenmore, finally understood why she had always felt like a stranger in the human world. The choice before her would reshape not just her destiny, but the fate of two species long divided by fear and misunderstanding. Story 3. The first village disappeared on the night of the crimson moon, when the stars seemed to retreat from the sky as if frightened by what they witnessed below. Silverpine, a settlement of hunters and woodcutters nestled at the edge of the crystal forest, vanished without a trace save for a perfect circle of vitrified earth and scattered fragments of colored glass that captured haunting moments, a child's laugh frozen in amber, a woman's scream preserved in ruby, a prayer for mercy entombed in sapphire. Seraphina Vex stood at the edge of this circle, her breath forming delicate clouds in the unseasonable chill. The royal summons had come 3 days prior, delivered by a raven with eyes like polished jet and claws that left arcane symbols scorched into the parchment. 5 villages gone in as many months, all along the border of the crystal forest, all leaving behind the same inexplicable evidence. "You won't find answers in the glass, alchemist," came a voice like stone grinding against stone. She turned to face the man who had been silently watching her work. Corvus Morvalin stood a head taller than most men of the northern kingdoms, his broad shoulders draped in a cloak of midnight feathers that whispered secrets when the wind blew through them. A scar bisected his left eyebrow, trailing down to the sharp edge of his cheekbone. But it was his eyes that held Seraphina transfixed, one blue as a summer sky, the other black as the void between stars, without pupil or sclera, merely an abyss that seemed to pull at her very soul. "I find answers wherever knowledge hides, Sir Morvalin," she replied, straightening to her full height, though she still had to tilt her head back to meet his gaze. Her hands, stained with the telltale blue-green residue of her craft, gripped the worn leather of her satchel, where vials of rare reagents clinked softly against one another. "The glass speaks if one knows how to listen." A mirthless smile crossed his face. "And what does it tell you, Lady Vex? What secrets does Silverpine whisper from beyond the veil?" That something tore these people from our world with tremendous force, yet surgical precision. She knelt again, lifting a shard of amber glass with silver tongues. "This isn't destruction. It's transformation." Extraction. Corvus knelt beside her, his mismatched eyes reflecting the dull glow emanating from the vitrified earth. "The Crown believes it to be the work of the Wild Hunt Phi marauders stealing humans for sport or servitude. The Crown is wrong," Seraphina said flatly. "The Phi have no need for such. Meticulous harvesting. This bears the hallmarks of alchemical engineering advanced beyond any I've seen, but recognizable in its fundamentals. black void of Corvus's right eye seemed to pulse, a ripple of midnight blue passing through its depths. Then perhaps your reputation is well earned, Lady Vex. The king said you would see what his other advisors could not. The king said many things when he summoned me, Sir Morvalin, including that you would provide me safe passage to all the sites, despite your complicated history with the crown. Seraphina rose, dusting her hands on her deep purple robes embroidered with silver constellations. What he failed to mention was why a disgraced knight of the royal vanguard, stripped of title and honor, would be trusted with such a task. Corvus rose in one fluid motion, like a predator uncoiling. Perhaps for the same reason the crown seeks aid from an alchemist whose mother was executed for heresy and forbidden experimentation. His voice held no malice, merely cold observation. Desperate times breed desperate alliances. The silence that stretched between them was broken only by the eerie creaking of the crystal forest beyond the village's former boundaries, trees that appeared to be ordinary pine and birch, until sunlight struck them at just the right angle, revealing transparent trunks and branches filled with slowly swirling mist. "We should move on before nightfall," Corvus finally said, glancing at the lengthening shadows. Elmridge is 2 days' ride north, along the forest edge. It was the third village to vanish. "No," Seraphina countered, tucking the glass shard into a velvet pouch. "We head east, into the crystal forest itself." These aren't random attacks. They follow a pattern that radiates from a central point within the forest. She pulled a small brass device from her satchel, a maze of interlocking rings surrounding a suspended crystal that pulsed with violet light. The arcane compass doesn't lie. Corvus's hand moved to the hilt of his sword, a blade rumored to have been forged from a fallen star, its metal an impossible blue-black that absorbed light rather than reflected it. The crystal forest is forbidden territory by royal decree. Even with our mandate, to enter is to risk execution. A smile played at the corners of Seraphina's lips. How fortunate, then, that we are both already well acquainted with the king's displeasure. Besides, she added, her golden eyes hardening, execution awaits us all if I cannot unravel this mystery. The pattern of disappearances is accelerating. By my calculations, the next target will be no mere village, but Ravenscourt itself, the capital. Corvus's voice betrayed a rare hint of surprise. Impossible. Its walls are warded with protective sigils renewed by the royal mages each solstice, the same wards that have failed to protect 5 villages already. Seraphina challenged. Something powerful enough to transmute an entire settlement into essence would hardly be deterred by ceremonial barriers. The knight's expression darkened. "What aren't you telling me, alchemist?" Seraphina's fingers traced the edge of a locket that hung at her throat, silver filigree surrounding a crystal vial of swirling crimson liquid. "These glass fragments, I've seen their like before. In my mother's private journals, the ones the crown failed to burn." She met his gaze unflinchingly. "There was an alchemical order, centuries old, dedicated to finding ways to reverse catastrophic events through manipulation of time and essence. They called themselves the vitrancers. Your mother was one of them," Corvus stated, not a question. "She was their hierophant, their leader," Seraphina acknowledged. "Until something went wrong with their grandest experiment. The journals don't specify what, only that she disbanded the order and scattered their research across the kingdoms." Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "But before her execution, she told me to seek the truth in the heart of the crystal forest. Should the glass circles ever appear." Corvus was silent for a long moment, his void eye seeming to grow darker, consuming the light around it. "The execution block awaits us regardless, it seems," he finally said. East, then, the crystal forest grew increasingly alien as they ventured deeper into its heart. By the third day, the trees had transformed entirely, trunks and branches of perfect transparency, filled with mists that shifted colors with each passing hour. Dawn brought sapphire blue, midday a golden amber, dusk a deep ruby red. Within these mists floated what appeared to be memories, translucent visions of people, creatures, and events from times long past. Living record keepers, Serafina explained as they made camp beneath a cathedral-like canopy of crystal boughs. The trees absorb and preserve fragments of time. Corvus stared upward, where the memory of an ancient battle played out silently among the branches, spectral soldiers clashing with weapons long obsolete. Is that why the forest is forbidden? Because it remembers what the crown wishes forgotten. That, and the rumors of what dwells at its heart. Serafina fed a strange blue flame in a silver brazier that gave off heat without smoke. Few who journey this deep ever return to tell the tale, and yet your mother expected you to make this journey one day. Corvus settled his back against a tree trunk, his void eye seeming to interact strangely with the memories floating within, causing them to recoil and reshape themselves around the darkness. Serafina nodded, her focus on the arcane compass as its rings spun and realigned. We're close. Tomorrow, we should reach the epicenter. And what do you expect to find there? Truth, she said simply. And if we're fortunate, a way to prevent what's coming. The night passed uneasily, filled with the soft chiming sounds of crystal branches touching one another in the gentle breeze, and the distant echoes of memories playing out their eternal loops. Morning brought them to a vast clearing where the forest floor gave way to a perfect circle of obsidian glass. So flawlessly polished it reflected the sky above like a midnight mirror. At its center stood a structure that defied natural law, a tower of spiraling crystal that seemed to both ascend toward the heavens and descend into the depths of the earth simultaneously, creating a dizzying paradox of perspective. The Axis Mundi, Serafina breathed, recognition dawning in her eyes. My mother's journals mentioned it, but I thought it metaphorical. As they approached the threshold, the void in Corvus's right eye began to pulse violently, tendrils of darkness reaching outward like living shadow. He staggered, one hand pressed against his temple. Corvus. Serafina reached for him, but froze when he raised his face to hers. The darkness had spread, veins of void creeping across his cheek from the eye socket. You shouldn't have brought me here, he growled, voice distorted as if multiple voices spoke through him. This was their sanctuary, their stronghold. Understanding dawned on Serafina's face. You're one of them. A vitramancer, not I. Corvus fought for control, his normal eye bright with pain. My father, the former Grand Master, before your mother. He experimented on me as a child, implanted a fragment of the primordial void in my eye, making me a living conduit. His breath came in ragged gasps. That's why the king sent me with you. Not despite my disgrace, but because of what I am. The tower's entrance shimmered, a doorway appearing where none had been before. Within stood a figure robed in midnight blue, an elderly man with Corvus's features, one hand extended in welcome. My son returns, and with Mara's daughter, no less. The old man's voice echoed strangely, as if coming from very far away. Come inside, children. There is precious little time. The preparations are nearly complete. Preparations for what? Serafina demanded, even as she helped steady Corvus. The old man's smile was terrible in its kindness. For salvation, of course. The awakening draws near. The Ancient One stirs beneath the sacred mountain. The barrier weakens with each passing day. He gestured to the tower behind him. 5 villages transformed into pure essence, stored in our hourglasses. 5 more to come. their sacrifice necessary to strengthen the final seal and Raven's court. Seraphina's voice was cold with horror. The capital and all its people. The final component, the old vitramancer confirmed. The keystone of the barrier, their essence crystallized into the ultimate ward, Corvus straightened, fighting through his pain. You speak of genocide as if it were a mercy, compared to what awaits if the Ancient One awakens. It is mercy indeed. The old man's eyes both normal, unlike his sons filled with tears. We preserve their essences. When the danger passes, in a century or millennium, they can be restored. Behind them, the crystal trees began to chime more urgently, their mist swirling into red warning patterns. In the distance, the trumpet blast of the royal army echoed through the forest. "They've followed us," Corvus said grimly, drawing his star-forged sword. Seraphina looked from the approaching army to the tower to Corvus, understanding the terrible choice before her revealed the truth and be condemned as an accomplice to genocide, or complete the vitramancer's work, knowing the final price would include the capital and all its inhabitants. The locket at her throat grew warm against her skin, her mother's final gift pulsing with contained power. Perhaps there was a third path, one that required the ultimate sacrifice. "There's always another way," she whispered, closing her hand around the locket as the first soldiers emerged from the crystal trees and destiny pivoted on the edge of a choice. Story 4. The great library of Luminara was not merely a repository of knowledge but a fortress of secrets, its spired towers piercing the perpetual twilight that hung over the shadowed vale. Within its alabaster walls, behind doors sealed with blood magic and wards that whispered warnings to the uninitiated, lay the forbidden archives, a labyrinth of chambers where dangerous knowledge slumbered like dragons upon hoards of gold. Ilara Nightshade moved silently through the twisting corridors, her silver-flecked eyes reflecting the soft glow of enchanted lanterns. As the youngest keeper in 3 centuries, she carried the weight of her responsibility in the set of her shoulders and the intricate key that hung from a chain around her neck, a key forged from her own willingly given blood and bound to her life force. "Another one," she whispered, fingers hovering over the ancient tome splayed before her on a reading stand carved from the heartwood of a millennium-old enchanted oak. The grimoire's pages were yellowed with age, their edges crumbling despite the preservation spells that had been renewed faithfully for generations. But it wasn't the decay of time that troubled her, it was the absence. Where once had been detailed instructions for transmuting living flesh into immortal stone, now lay only blank parchment, as if the words had not been erased, but had never existed at all. This was the 7th such discovery in a fortnight. 7 books, 7 missing passages, all concerning the most forbidden aspects of alchemical transformation. No signs of tampering with the seals, no breach in the wards that would scream into her mind if unauthorized hands touched these dangerous texts. The soft clearing of a throat pulled her from her reverie. She turned to find Archimage Davian standing in the doorway, his midnight blue robes embroidered with constellations that shifted and twinkled in mimicry of the night sky. His silver beard was immaculately trimmed, his eyes the color of storm clouds at dusk. "Still pursuing your mystery, Keeper Nightshade." His voice was velvet draped over steel, refined by centuries of command. "The 7th book, Archimage," Ilara gestured to the tome. "The Codex of Flesh and Stone. The entire 3rd chapter gone as if never written." Davian's expression hardened. He crossed the chamber, the air around him crackling with barely restrained power. "This cannot be coincidence. Not with the texts that have been affected. I've consulted the Registry of Access. No one has requested these volumes in decades, save for validated members of the Arcane Council, and yet the knowledge vanishes, Davian's fingers traced the air above the blank page, azure sparks dancing in their wake. I fear we face something unprecedented, Keeper. A theft not of books, but of knowledge itself. Elara felt the familiar tug of the library's magic, the bond that connected her to every volume under her care. Who would have such power? Such specificity? Davian's eyes met hers, cold as the peaks of the Frostspire Mountains. There is one. My brother, Caius? Elara couldn't mask her surprise. But he was banished beyond the shattered gates. How could he? The barriers between realms grow thin at the turning of the celestial alignment. The ebon star approaches its zenith. Davian turned away, his profile sharp against the ambient glow of magical light. Caius was ever brilliant, but reckless. His experiments with transfigurative alchemy nearly destroyed the western provinces. You believe he has found a way to extract knowledge directly from our archives? From across the veil between worlds? Not extract, Elara. Erase. Davian's voice dropped to a whisper. He unmakes what was written, claiming it for himself alone. With each passage taken, his power grows. And if the texts I believe he targets next fall into his grasp, the implication hung in the air like a thundercloud. Elara straightened her spine, the silver embroidery on her indigo keeper's robes shimmering with protective enchantments. What would you have me do, Archimage? You possess a gift rare even among keepers. Your connection to the written word transcends mere guardianship. You can trace the echoes of alchemical inscriptions across realms. He placed a heavy hand on her shoulder. You must find him. Stop him before he acquires the knowledge to create his army of Chimera's abominations, neither living nor dead, bound to his will alone. A chill that had nothing to do with the library's perpetual coolness slithered down Elara's spine. You ask me to leave the library? To hunt a rogue mage across the fragmented realms? I ask you to safeguard knowledge in the most direct way possible. Davian's fingers tightened briefly before releasing her. The council will provide you with enchantments for your journey. You leave at dawn. The fragmented realms existed in the shattered spaces between worlds, the result of a cataclysm millennia past, when a battle between godlike archmages had fractured reality itself. Islands of land floated in a sea of swirling mist, connected by bridges of light that appeared and disappeared according to cosmic rhythms incomprehensible to most mortals. Elara stood on the edge of one such island, the drifting market of Nexus Point, her keeper's robes exchanged for the practical leathers of a realm traveler. The tracking spell she had woven from the lingering essence of the vanished text pulsed at her fingertips, a thread of golden light, visible only to her eyes. 3 weeks of following this ethereal trail had led her through landscapes that defied natural law, forests where trees grew downward from floating earth, deserts where sand flowed like water, mountains that rearranged themselves while she slept. And always, just ahead, the echo of knowledge stolen from her library. The market bustled around her, a cacophony of voices bartering in a dozen languages. Vendors hawked exotic wares, bottled starlight, dreams preserved in crystal, weapons forged in the breath of dying dragons. Beings of all descriptions moved through the crowd. Humans mingled with the furred Vulpiri, scaled draconians, and the early beautiful ethereal whose translucent skin revealed the flow of pure magic instead of blood. Her spell tugged her forward, toward a quiet corner where a hooded figure sat alone, hands cupped around a steaming mug. As she approached, the figure raised its head slightly, and Elara caught a glimpse of a face that might have been Davian's twin, but where the Archimage's features were sculpted by certainty and power, this man's face was carved by suffering and determination. Caius, she said, not a question, but a statement. He didn't seem surprised. Keeper of Luminara. I wondered when my brother would send someone. His voice was rough, as if long unused. Though I expected assassins, not a librarian. I'm here for what you've stolen. A bitter laugh escaped him. Is that what Davian told you? That I'm a thief of knowledge? He pushed back his hood, revealing hair white as bone though his face was unlined. A jagged scar ran from temple to jaw on the left side, pulsing faintly with suppressed magic. Sit, keeper. Before you attempt to capture or kill me, you might wish to hear what isn't written in those precious books of yours. Against her better judgment, Elara sat. The tracking spell still connected them, a tether of light that pulsed between her fingers and the center of his chest. The knowledge isn't being stolen, Kaya said quietly, eyes darting to ensure no eavesdroppers lurked nearby. It's being erased from existence itself. Impossible. Knowledge cannot simply be unmade. His eyes, Davian's eyes, but filled with a haunted knowing fixed on hers. What if reality itself is being rewritten, Keeper? What if someone possesses the means to change not just the present and future, but the past as well? Elara's blood ran cold. The ink of destiny, she whispered. But that's just a myth. A theoretical alchemical formula that could never be created. Caius leaned forward. Because it would require harvesting the essence of children with prophetic gifts. Because it would violate every natural law and ethical boundary. Because its very existence would threaten the stability of all realms. His voice dropped even lower. When has impossibility ever stopped the truly power-hungry keeper? You're suggesting the archimage she couldn't finish the sentence, the implication too monstrous to voice. I'm not suggesting. I'm telling you that my brother has been working for decades to perfect the formula. The missing passages aren't being stolen by me. They're being systematically erased, as he rewrites the past to ensure no one else can create what he now possesses. With the chimeras, he said you were creating an army. Caius's laugh held no humor. Look around you, Keeper. These people, he gestured to the market, to the diverse beings moving through it. They aren't just refugees from the fragmented realms. They're resistance. Survivors who remember what was, even as Davian rewrites what is. For the first time, Elara noticed the commonality among the seemingly disparate beings in the market. Each wore or carried some small item marked with a symbol, a quill crossing a key. The insignia of the Keepers of Luminara, but altered, inverted. We remember what he's trying to make everyone forget, Caius continued. That magic once flowed freely through all beings, not just those of arcane bloodlines. That the boundaries between realms were crossroads, not barriers. With each page, he removes from history. He consolidates power in fewer hands, his hands, and those loyal to his vision of perfect order. Elara's mind raced, reassessing every interaction, every subtle change in protocol at the library over recent years. The increased restrictions on access. The new blood tests required for apprentice mages. The gradual disappearance of texts on wild magic from the public sections. If what you say is true, she said carefully, then returning to Luminara would be walking into a trap. Worse, Caius replied. It would be delivering to Davian the final component he needs, which is you, Keeper. His eyes held genuine regret. Your connection to the books, your ability to sense the flow of written knowledge across realms, it's the key to completing his masterwork. A living grimoire whose pages will rewrite the world itself, erasing all magic save that which flows through arcane bloodlines. Elara felt the weight of his words settle on her shoulders, heavier than all the forbidden tomes she had guarded. What would you have me do? Caius extended his hand, palm up. In it lay a small vial of ink that seemed to contain galaxies in its depths. Help me write a different ending. The tracking spell between them pulsed once, twice, and then transformed, no longer a tether binding them, but a bridge connecting them. and Elara, keeper of forbidden secrets, reached across to take the first step on a path that would lead either to salvation or oblivion for all the realms of existence. Story 5. High above the swirling sea of mist, where cloud and sky married in eternal dance, the floating city of Raven Spire hung like a jewel suspended by invisible threads. 7 crystalline spires reached toward the heavens, their faceted surfaces refracting sunlight into rainbows that cascaded over terraced gardens and twisting streets. Ethereal crystals embedded throughout the city, pulsed with a gentle blue radiance, a heartbeat of ancient magic that had kept Ravenspire aloft for 1,000 years. Until now. The first sign came not as a warning bell or panicked cry, but as a shudder, a subtle tremor that rippled through stone and crystal alike, causing teacups to dance across tables and children to look up in puzzled wonder. In the grand observatory that crowned the tallest spire, master astrologer Serafina Nightwhisper steadied her telescope as the floor beneath her vibrated. "Impossible," she murmured, her silver eyes widening as she checked and rechecked her calculations. The stars never lied, yet she had dismissed their dire warnings as metaphorical. Now, watching as the ethereal crystals throughout the chamber flickered and dimmed, their blue glow momentarily fading to a sickly gray, she understood with terrible clarity. Ravenspire was falling. Deep below the splendor of the city's upper tiers, in the perpetual twilight of the underspire where the poorest citizens dwelled, the tremor manifested as something far more alarming. Entire sections of crystal embedded in the ancient stone walls went dark, and for one terrifying moment, the very floor seemed to drop several inches before catching itself. Panicked cries echoed through narrow corridors as people stumbled and clutched at whatever would steady them. Only one figure remained eerily still amidst the chaos, a prisoner in the deepest cell of the obsidian vault, Ravenspire's inescapable prison. Malaki Vex, last surviving member of the Corvinus clan, raised his head slowly, a smile spreading across his gaunt face as dust rained from the ceiling of his cell. "Right on schedule," he whispered, his voice rough from years of disuse. 10 years he had waited in this lightless pit, counting days by the changing of guards, preserving his strength, and calculating the precise moment when Ravenspire's hubris would finally exact its toll. The sound of approaching footsteps drew his attention, not the measured tread of prison guards, but the hurried staccato of multiple boots, accompanied by the distinctive tap of a ceremonial staff against stone. Malaki composed his features into a mask of indifference as the cell door swung open, flooding the small space with torchlight. 5 figures entered, 4 guards in the midnight blue uniforms of the Celestial Council's personal guard, and between them, a woman whose elaborate robes of office marked her as Archmagistrate Daria Suncrest, head of the very council that had condemned him to rot in this cell a decade ago. Malaki Vex. She spoke his name like a distasteful potion she was forced to swallow. The poisoner of Ravenspire. The last Corvinus, he offered a mocking bow from his seated position on the stone bench. Archmagistrate, to what do I owe the profound displeasure of your company? Come to ensure I'm sufficiently miserable? Another tremor shook the cell, stronger than the first. One of the guards stumbled, catching himself against the wall. Daria's composed expression faltered momentarily. "The city is failing," she said flatly. "The ethereal crystals are dying. What a shame," Malaki replied, examining his dirt-encrusted fingernails with feigned indifference. "Perhaps you should have thought of that possibility before executing my entire family for crystal heresy, as you so eloquently termed our research." Daria's jaw tightened. "The Corvinus clan was eliminated because you tampered with the sacred crystals that keep us aloft. Your experiments threatened the very foundation of our city. My family sought to understand the crystals, not destroy them," Malaki countered, rising to his feet in a fluid motion that made the guards tense. We recognized signs of degradation decades ago. The council simply found it more convenient to silence the messengers than heed the message, another tremor, violent enough to send a crack racing across the ceiling. Dust and small fragments of stone showered down upon them. "We don't have time for this," Daria snapped. "The council has voted. Your sentence is temporarily suspended." Malaki raised an eyebrow. "Temporarily? You are the only living person with extensive knowledge of crystal manipulation. You will help stabilize the city, and in exchange, your life will be spared." A harsh laugh escaped him. "My life? My life ended the day your council butchered my wife, my brothers, my nieces and nephews, even the children." His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "I've spent 10 years dreaming of Raven Spire's fall. Why would I prevent it now?" Daria stepped closer, her voice low enough that the guards couldn't hear. "Because something worse than death awaits us all if you don't. The sea of mist isn't just cloud and fog, Vex. Something sleeps beneath it. Something the founders built this city to escape." For the first time, genuine surprise flickered across Malachi's features. "1 hour," Daria continued. "That's how long you have to decide. Help us, or fall with us, and face whatever waits below." The central crystal chamber occupied the exact center of Raven Spire, a vast spherical room accessible only to the highest-ranking members of the Celestial Council. As Malaki was led inside, his shackles removed but 4 guards still flanking him closely, he couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. The chamber housed Raven Spire's heart, a colossal ethereal crystal, twice the height of a man, suspended in midair at the center of the room. Countless smaller crystals orbited it in intricate patterns, connected by threads of pure energy. But what had once been a brilliant blue star was now a faltering, flickering ghost of itself. Large sections darkened completely, others pulsing erratically, like a dying heartbeat. Standing before this fading wonder was a young woman with hair the color of raven's wings, her simple apprentice robes marking her as an astrologer in training. She turned as they entered, her eyes widening at the sight of Malaki. "Seraphina Nightwhisper," Daria introduced curtly, "our most gifted astrologer." She was the first to predict the crystal failure. Malaki studied the young woman with undisguised curiosity. "Predicted through the stars? Interesting. The Corvinus clan always believed the ethereal crystals responded to celestial alignments." "They do," Seraphina confirmed, her voice surprisingly steady. 3 moons in conjunction with the Raven's ice star. It happens once every 400 years. The last occurrence was recorded shortly before Raven Spire was raised into the sky. A slow smile spread across Malachi's face. "Finally, someone who understands." He turned to Daria. "I'll need my equipment from the Corvinus estate, assuming you haven't destroyed it all." The estate was sealed, not ransacked, Daria replied stiffly. "Though I don't see how ancient tools will help when our most advanced crystal mages have failed. Your advanced mages understand nothing of crystal harmonics," Malaki scoffed. "They treat the symptoms while ignoring the disease." He approached the central crystal cautiously, his hands hovering inches from its surface. "This isn't just failing, it's being drained. Something is pulling the energy downward." As if to confirm his words, another violent tremor shook the chamber. This time, the entire city noticeably dropped, a sickening lurch that lasted several seconds. "We're out of time," Daria said grimly. "What do you need?" Malachi's eyes met Seraphina's across the fading crystal. "Her," he said, pointing to the young astrologer. "I need someone who can read the stars, not another council puppet." "And access to the deep core beneath this chamber. The deep core is forbidden," Daria protested. "Then enjoy your fall." Malaki replied coldly. After a tense moment, Daria nodded reluctantly. You'll have what you need. But be warned, Beck's attempt to accelerate our destruction rather than prevent it, and your death will make your imprisonment seem merciful by comparison. Malaki simply smiled. Time to see what secrets Raven Spire has been hiding all these centuries, don't you think? The journey to the Corvinus estate took them through increasingly panicked streets. Word of the city's peril had spread, and citizens scrambled to secure possessions or simply fled toward the center of the city, as though that might save them if Raven Spire truly fell. The guards cleared a path through the chaos, their grim expressions and drawn weapons discouraging anyone from approaching their strange procession. Serafina walked beside Malaki, stealing glances at the infamous prisoner. Is it true what they say? She finally asked. That you tried to poison the entire Celestial Council? A sardonic smile twisted his lips. If I had, they'd be dead. No, the Corvinus clan's crime was knowledge specifically, knowledge the Council found inconvenient. He glanced at her. Tell me, astrologer, in your star charts, what lies beneath the sea of mist? Serafina hesitated, looking troubled. There's a constellation we call the Chained God. It rises from the exact point below Raven Spire once for centuries. The ancient texts say it represents something imprisoned. Something that hungers. And did your masters tell you why Raven Spire was built? The true purpose of the ethereal crystals? Before she could answer, they arrived at a grand mansion overgrown with vines and sealed with heavy chains and magical wards. Despite a decade of neglect, the Corvinus estate maintained a somber dignity, its black stone walls and raven motifs standing in stark contrast to the airy architecture that dominated the rest of the city. While the guards worked to disable the wards, Malaki stood motionless, memories washing over him. Like physical blows, his wife's laughter echoing in the courtyard, his young nephews chasing each other through the gardens. The family gathered in the great library debating theory and sharing discoveries. All gone now, all ashes. This way, he said hoarsely once the doors finally swung open, leading them not to the main house, but to a smaller building at the rear of the property, the Corvinus Laboratory. Inside, past a layer of dust and cobwebs, lay the accumulated knowledge of 10 generations of crystal crafters. Glass cabinets held precise instruments. Walls were covered with diagrams and formulae, and at the center stood a scale model of Raven Spire with its crystal matrix meticulously reproduced. Malaki moved through the space with reverence, gathering specific tools and vials of shimmering liquids. The Corvinus clan wasn't trying to sabotage the crystals, he explained as he worked. We discovered that Raven Spire wasn't built as a paradise in the sky, it was built as a prison. Serafina frowned. A prison? For what? Not what? Who? Malaki carefully removed a hidden panel in the floor, revealing a worn leather-bound book. The founders didn't raise the city to escape flooding or war, as the official history claims. They raised it to create distance between the world and something they couldn't kill, only imprison. Another violent tremor shook the building, longer and stronger than any before. Through the windows, they could see one of the smaller outer spires of the city crumbling, shards of crystal and stone plummeting toward the sea of mist below. We need to return to the central chamber, Serafina urged. Whatever you're planning will require one more component, Malaki interrupted, opening a small golden box to reveal a crystal unlike any in Raven Spire, jet black, yet somehow glimmering with inner light. A shadow crystal, the antithesis of the ethereal matrix, my family's greatest secret, and our doom when the council discovered we were creating them. Daria, who had been silently observing from the doorway, stepped forward with alarm. That abomination is what weakened our crystals in the first place. No, Malaki corrected sharply. Your precious ethereal crystals weren't just keeping Raven Spire afloat, they were maintaining a prison seal. Every 4 centuries, the entity below stirs and tests its bonds. The shadow crystals were meant to absorb the backlash, preventing the main matrix from being drained. Understanding dawned in Seraphina's eyes. That's why the city is falling now. Without the shadow crystals to absorb the energy drain, the main matrix is being sucked dry directly, Malaki confirmed grimly. The founders knew this cycle would repeat. That's why they embedded the knowledge in the stars where it couldn't be erased or forgotten. Daria's face had grown ashen. If what you say is true, can you stop our fall? Malaki carefully packed his gathered components. Perhaps. But first, we need to access the deep core and see exactly what we're dealing with. His eyes met Daria's with cold intensity. And then the council will acknowledge the truth, all of it to the people of Raven Spire. No more convenient histories. No more executing those who ask uncomfortable questions, as if punctuating his ultimatum. The entire city lurched sickeningly downward and stayed down lower than it had ever been in living memory. The race against time had begun, and somewhere far below, beneath the swirling mists, something ancient stirred in anticipation of freedom long denied. Story 6. The ancient city of Evermore clung to the edge of the shrouded valley, like a colony of barnacles to the hull of a storm-weathered ship. Its spires of weathered alabaster and tarnished copper rose above perpetual mists that rolled in from the valley below, giving the impression of a celestial kingdom floating among clouds. Within its walls, the market of whispers bustled with traders hawking exotic spices and illicit secrets in equal measure, while the great library's countless floors spiraled deep into the mountain itself, holding tomes whose knowledge was as dangerous as it was vast. But it was neither the market nor the library that set Evermore apart from other great cities of the realm. It was the oracle, the last true seer in the kingdom, whose prophecies had guided kings and commoners alike for generations. The oracle dwelled in the Tower of Smoke, a structure of obsidian and silver that changed shape with the phases of the twin moons, as if the building itself breathed in rhythm with celestial bodies. The night the oracle fell, Lyra had been grinding moonstone petals in the lower chambers, preparing the sacred incense that helped her master channel visions from beyond the veil. The scent of crushed petals hung in the air, mingling with the tang of metals and herbs that lined the walls and jars of blue crystal. She hummed an old melody as she worked, one her mother had taught her before the shadow plague had claimed her family, leaving 7-year-old Lyra with nothing but an uncanny sensitivity to magic that had eventually led her to the oracle's door. The sound came without warning, not a crash or explosion, but a soft exhalation, as if the tower itself had sighed in despair. Lyra's hands stilled on the mortar and pestle. Above her, silence stretched where there should have been the soft shuffling of her master's footsteps. "Master Orin?" she called, setting aside her work. No response came from the upper chamber. The silence itself seemed weighted, unnatural. Lyra ascended the silver spiral staircase, each step ringing with a crystalline note that echoed through the tower. The door to the oracle's sanctum stood ajar, another oddity, for Master Orin never left it open while communing with the beyond. The chamber beyond was circular, its walls lined with windows of stained glass, depicting the history of Evermore in fragments of sapphire, emerald, and ruby. A great silver basin stood at the center, filled not with water, but with swirling mist that glowed with inner light. Beside it, sprawled upon the floor of polished obsidian, lay Master Orin. "Master!" Lyra rushed to his side, dropping to her knees beside him. The old man's skin had taken on an ashen pallor, his lips tinged blue. His eyes, normally, the deep amber of autumn leaves, now swirled with silver mist like that which filled the basin. Lyra, he rasped, clutching at her sleeve with fingers that seemed to be dissolving into smoke at their tips. Listen carefully. Time. Short. Don't speak, master. Let me fetch a healer now. The force of his denial sent a shudder through the tower. Too late. I've been poisoned. Lyra's mind raced. The oracle never received visitors directly. All who sought his wisdom spoke through intermediaries. Only she and a select few acolytes ever entered the upper chambers, and none would dare the cult of shadow, Orin whispered, confirming her worst fears. They've found a way in, a traitor among. The council, the cult of shadow, had long opposed the oracle's influence, believing that fate should remain hidden, that prophecy itself was an abomination against the natural order. But they had been driven underground decades ago, their power broken. Master, let me help you, Lyra pleaded, reaching for her belt where she kept vials of antidotes for common poisons. No antidote. For this, Orin gasped. His body convulsed, and tendrils of silver mist began to leak from his eyes, his mouth, his nostrils. The veiled toxin. It doesn't kill. It transfers. Lyra's blood turned to ice in her veins. Transfers? My gift. My curse. Passing to you. Orin's eyes locked with hers, sudden clarity burning through the swirling mist. Run, child. The Grand Duke. He seeks the power. For himself. He'll come for you. When he realizes, I don't understand, Lyra whispered, tears streaming down her face. Why would he? But her question died as Master Orin's body arched in a final spasm, and the silver mist erupted from him in a torrent. It engulfed Lyra before she could move, forcing its way into her lungs, her eyes, the very pores of her skin. Fire and ice raced through her veins simultaneously, and 1,000 voices screamed in her mind past, present, and future colliding in chaotic symphony. She saw armies of shadow marching across blighted fields. A crown of bones upon the head of a laughing child. A fortress of black crystal rising from the bleak sea. And behind it all, a presence ancient, patient, hungry stirring from slumber beneath the sacred mountain. When the visions finally receded, she found herself sprawled beside her master's body, which had crumbled to fine ash. Only his silver ring remained intact, glinting in the pile of dust. Trembling, Lyra slipped it onto her own finger, feeling the weight of legacy and burden settle upon her with its cool metal touch. The tower shuddered again, but this time Lyra recognized it as no natural tremor. Footsteps heavy, armored ascended the stairs below. Find the girl, a voice commanded, resonant with authority and cruelty in equal measure. If the oracle is truly dead, his power will have passed to his apprentice. The veiled toxin ensures the transfer. It cannot be otherwise. Grand Duke Marius had wasted no time. Somehow, he had known the precise moment to strike. Lyra scrambled to her feet, mind racing. The hidden passage Master Orin had shown it to her during her first year of apprenticeship, a secret route used by the earliest oracles to flee when Evermore had been besieged by the frost giants centuries ago. Behind the largest stained glass window, a depiction of the twin moons in eclipse. Lyra pressed specific pieces of colored glass in sequence. The window swung inward, revealing a narrow tunnel cut into the mountain itself. Cool air rushed out, carrying the scent of ancient stone and distant forests. The window. A soldier shouted from the staircase. She's escaping. Lyra plunged into the darkness without hesitation, hearing the window seal itself behind her. Soft blue crystals embedded in the tunnel walls provided just enough light to navigate by. She ran, heart pounding, the echo of armored footsteps fading behind her. The passage descended in a dizzying spiral, occasionally branching. Lyra followed the path Master Orin had made her memorize left, then right, then 3 consecutive lefts, though her mind still reeled from the onslaught of visions that continued to flicker at the edges of her consciousness. After what seemed like hours, the passage opened onto a narrow ledge overlooking the whispering woods at the edge of the shrouded valley. The night air was cool against her skin, the twin moons, one silver, one pale blue, hanging low on the horizon. From here, Evermore was invisible, hidden behind the ridge of the mountain. A vision struck her without warning. Grand Duke Marius standing before the silver basin in the tower, his handsome face contorted with rage as he plunged his hands into the mist, only to withdraw them blackened and smoking. The power he sought had already fled. Lyra gasped as the vision receded, leaving her trembling on the ledge. The Duke would not give up so easily. He would hunt her to the edges of the realm if necessary, and she had nowhere to go, no allies to turn to. Except one, perhaps. The thought came unbidden, accompanied by a whispered name that seemed to emanate from the ring on her finger. Thorn. The name belonged to legend, a tale Master Orin had shared reluctantly when pressed. Thorn, the renegade alchemist who had once been the Oracle's closest friend before ambition drove them apart. Thorn, who had delved into forbidden arts in his quest to resurrect his beloved queen. Thorn, branded traitor by the crown, but who had escaped execution through means that defied comprehension. If anyone could help Lyra understand the chaotic power now surging through her veins, it would be Thorn if he still lived, and if she could find him before the Duke's men found her. Another vision flickered, a solitary tower in the center of a lake of liquid silver, surrounded by trees whose leaves changed color with each breath of wind. The Silver Mirror, a place spoken of in children's tales, said to exist beyond the Frostspire Mountains at the edge of the mapped world. Lyra took a deep breath, steadying herself. The visions might be fractured and confusing, but they were all she had to guide her now. She would find Thorn, learn to control the Oracle's gift, and then... A third vision, briefer than the others, but more terrifying, an army of the dead marching on Evermore, led by a figure wreathed in shadows and crowned with antlers of black ice. The spectral king whose legend haunted the eldest songs of the realm, returning after centuries to reclaim what was taken from him. The immensity of what lay ahead threatened to overwhelm her, but Master Orin had chosen her as apprentice for a reason. She would not dishonor his memory by succumbing to fear now. With the silver ring heavy on her finger, and the visions flashing like heat lightning behind her eyes, Lyra began the treacherous descent toward the whispering woods. Beyond lay the Frostspire Mountains, and beyond them, if her visions spoke true, waited Thorn, her only hope of mastering the Oracle's gift before the Grand Duke found her, or worse. Before the spectral king's army of the dead laid waste to everything she had ever known. As she moved through the darkness, another presence stirred in the shadows of her consciousness, ancient, patient, watchful. Not the spectral king, but something else. Something that had waited centuries for the Oracle's power to pass to one with blood like hers. Blood calls to blood, whispered a voice that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. Return to us, daughter of the king. Your true inheritance awaits. Lyra shuddered, pushing the voice away. One impossible task at a time. Find Thorn. Master the visions. Then face whatever secrets her own blood might hold. The twin moons cast her shadow double upon the rocks as she descended into the unknown. The fate of Evermore, perhaps of the entire realm, weighing upon her shoulders with each step.